not be where they are today. And for many learners, a teacher is a parent, it's a shock absorber, it's a grandfather, it's a woman, it's a counselor, and a closing elder who can give a shoulder to cry on. And for the parents at home, a teacher is a big brother or a big sister that they can go to when there is something wrong with the child at home. And that is what this day is all about, to celebrate you. I welcome you and hope you will enjoy the proceedings and feel truly empowered throughout the day. Kotangani Zobamata. Sianamke. Rala Amore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mokoteli, for welcoming us. I can't get into someone's house and start moving around before the division went to see. But I just want to remind you, you just said that teachers do not love limelight, not the 21st century ones. Go to TikTok. Now that we have been welcomed, I'm going to ask each and every enough copy. Please, we need to get those notes as you sing the national anthem. There's a DJ. You can lead us there. I didn't drink coffee, that's why I can't lead. Then we'll see again. Thank you. You may take your seat. Thank you so much, DJ, for that. I think you might have made Prof. Munyai the happiest person today, because I could even see him hitting those high notes with the choir singing them. Apologies, I think in the welcoming they forgot to indicate where the restrooms are. In this floor, we do have restrooms. As you go out, the ushers will also usher you to the restrooms. And then if you go to the first floor, we also have other restrooms that we can utilize when the nature call. And let's move on with our program. You'll see along the program, some places probably the program will differ from what I have. I realized that Prof. Makwe is here. And the reason why she's here to set the tone for a day. And those who know her from CEDU, you know that she doesn't just set a tone. She's here to give us the whole playlist. So let's give a round of applause and welcome to the executive team to set the tone for the day.
Thank you, program directors, for this opportunity. Dumelang bagolo. Le kae? Can we just have that spirit of celebration? When I say Dumelang, Sani Bonani, Lochani, Absheni, Dimacheroni, all of them. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Linkabula, I saw my leader here, Professor Dr. Chivase, who's here, who is the Vice Principal of Teaching and Learning and Community Engagement. Thank you so much, Prof, for coming through. We are so happy to see you. You have no idea. And also pass our greetings to all the leaders who couldn't be here with us today. Colleagues, today it's a day of celebrating who we are, of celebrating the mother of all professions. Teachers are the mothers of all professions. They usually, I say it's the oldest profession because but then there are certain connotation to the oldest profession. This is the oldest profession, by the way, because someone has been taught by someone in their lifetime, whether it's informal, whether it's non-formal, whether it's formal. All of us have been taught by someone. That's why we are here. We learned how to cook, how to clean, how to look after ourselves from the people who raised us, our grandparents. And those things, we had forgotten to integrate them into our profession. Hence, we have a valueless system or valueless people who don't know the values, the core values of what it is to be human. So it's important for us to go back to the basics and teach people in terms of how they are. And today we are here to celebrate World Teachers Day, which was commemorated on the 5th of October. And this year, this World Teachers Day celebrates teaching as a collaborative profession, one that draws strength from strong human connections, shared responsibility, and sustainability. A part of the reason that I think UNESCO called this as a collaborative and decided that the theme should be on collaborative profession is that teaching these days tends to be a very lonely journey. Many people sit in their corners, we don't talk, we don't do things. And when we saw this theme, we thought that, you know what, let's move out of our comfort zone. Usually we have our World Teachers Day in Joburg. And we thought, no, we have students all over the place. We have connections all over the place. And this week, many of our colleagues went to districts, went to different places, went to prisons, went to ECE, early childhood centers, community learning centers. So we were here to blitz to blitz Limpopo, and we know that when we live here, we had established those connections that are going to strengthen us moving forward. The College of Education is the largest producer of teachers in this country. So it's important for us to work with colleagues who are here, the colleagues from different spaces who are here, because we produce the teachers that you need in your classrooms. If we don't know who you are, then it becomes a problem. If we don't meet and collaborate and discuss, and I think what I've learned this past few days that I've been here is that we need not to work in isolation. It doesn't help. It really doesn't help, because what we have the similar goal. We have district officials here. We have people who are in teaching profession in different ways, who work in the district, in the management of teachers. And it's important that we work together and we hear them out. And not only them, we also hear out what our teachers are saying. What is it that we need in order for us to be able to capacitate them accordingly. And capacitation is not only those who are qualified to teach, it's also getting it from other people who will assist us to move forward with the capacitation. Prof Chivase, this college has been to all places: Vembe West, Vembe East, Mopani West, Mopani East, Sikukuni South, Sikukuni West, Capricorn North, Capricorn South, Waterdeck, Mogalakwet. We've been everywhere. I want you to report back and say we have actually blitzed the whole of Limpopo. Each time when I meet people in the corridors of our hotel, they were just like, "Oh, you don't know, Prof. We've been here, It was very exciting for us, colleagues. I think what made it more exciting for us is because we have met the people that we are supporting. And that for us, it is where collaboration starts. It is where connections start. Because we are a university that is online in nature, and we don't get to see our products, to the lack of a better word. You don't see the students that you teach. You don't see the people that you work with. We get very excited when we find ourselves in that space that, oh, by the way, we are human. I've been talking to you for such a long time, Mema Lema. Now that I can see who you are, then it makes a big difference. And when you are relaxed and talking to each other, then there's more things that are coming out. Because remember, when we are in that online space, good as it may be, and it's very good in my view, we tend to be very formal. We tend to teach people who don't know anything. We tend to open those little heads and pour knowledge. But when we are out of that space, it is a different story altogether. People can relax, people can talk. So today, we are gathered here, colleagues, I don't want to take too long. We are gathered here just to celebrate. Not only celebrate, but celebrate teaching as a collaborative profession. Teaching by nature is collaborative. You cannot be a teacher and not be able to interact with other people. And we need to draw our strength from our human connections, our shared responsibilities, so that this teaching is sustainable. Maybe just to tell you the situation that we find ourselves in, not only in the country, but in the world. According to UNESCO, there is a high number of shortage of teachers. The world needs 44 million teachers. And it sounds and half of those are in sub-Saharan Africa. Least we know that we belong to sub-Saharan Africa. So if that's the case, then we wonder why we have teachers who have to teach 100 students in a classroom. There's a big shortage. And the big shortage really needs our attention, because if a teacher has to teach those large numbers of individuals, because those are individuals, we don't reach all of them. We actually scrape the surface. So maybe next time when the Department of, or when we budget, especially Department of Education, we need to address this issue. You cannot teach people who are 100 in a classroom, especially when we come from a culture where teaching is really copying from what other people are doing. And for some reason we have decided to say copying is cheating, and yet when you teach, it's what you want these people to do, what you are doing. And this is a critical, and there are certain areas where UNESCO is focusing on early childhood, and we know that if you do not have a stable foundation in terms of teaching and learning, you are gone. The other thing is that the curriculum is just too big. It's really, really very big, and as a result, it doesn't match up. What type of a learner do we want to walk out of early childhood from R to grade 3, from grade 4 to grade 7? All this, what type of a learner are we looking for? Because sometimes we feed people so much content because it's easy to do than to work on their character, to work on the person that we want them to become. We don't teach ethics in early ages. We don't teach values in those early ages. And that's where we need to start so that we have an ethical society. You can't start at university to expect people to be ethical. You can't expect at that level. But in their own, like your friend, share a toy with your friend, share your work with a friend, but we stop them. When a 2-year-old start walking around, 2-3-year-olds start walking around, they try everything. They press buttons, they try things, but the minute they go into the classroom, we sit them in rows and tell them that it's not right to do that. We kill creativity right at the beginning. And then when people start working, we want them to be creative, to be innovative, to be all these beautiful terms, when they've already killed it. How do we teach our children to be creative? How do we teach our children to be communal, to share their knowledge with others? And when they start sharing, don't do that. Close your book so that no one sees what you are doing. So those practices that we grew up with are not right practices. They have created an individual in us who come from a communal environment. So it confuses our the core values of collaboration, of communality, where we were raised. Colleagues, and I get paid for talking. So Eric is stopped. Because Bon Memalema have to go somewhere and I don't want to take their time. So thank you very much for being here as we celebrate World Teachers Day with all the colleagues from UNISA, from the province. We just wanted to be here in this province because you have given us teachers and you have allowed us to have this opportunity of teaching people in this province. Thank you so much for coming in numbers, and this is really appreciated. Thank you.
Wabona Prof. Thank you so much. As I said, she can talk. I'm sure you had the playlist. There is a bit of a change there in our program. Now I'm going to call upon Limpopo Department of Basic Education. We don't have Sakwa here, right? And D-head, because what I want to say, hey, I might get myself in trouble. Because in the basic education, the acronyms are so long. There's one NPRRR. I still can't know I still don't remember what it means. And when I was given this program, now I need to call the director for another long acronym that is in the Department of Basic Education. She's the director for Human Resource Development and Performance Management and Development System. Let's give a round of applause for Ms. Malima. Ms. Malima, when you get here, I'm not gonna come back. The shoes that I'm wearing are very too tight for me to come and introduce the keynote address. So as soon as you're done, please introduce the keynote speaker for us. I'm not gonna come back. Thank you.
Technically, he's telling me that you are not here to speak, you must just come and introduce the keynote speaker. Tobela. Afshi. Goeiemôre. Hoe gaan dit? Goed, dankie. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, to our program directors, Doctors Munguna and Josini. Good morning. You know, I liked it when you were, I thought you were going to continue like that and just take us through because, and I noticed that the marketing director was actually jealous of you. He was trying to keep up or put up, but he did. It's 6 out of 10. That was on a lighter note. I would like to acknowledge the Executive Dean, Prof. Mako, and the team, UNISA. There are so many professors here and so many doctors and so many senior lecturers and lecturers. And there are so many things. He was just saying that in education there are so many acronyms, but in UNISA it's worse. To Mr. Tema, our provincial manager, ETDP SITA, Mr. Silimi, our representative from the principal associations, our district directors, I love these people, you know, doctors to be Nkozani and Masigela. You see, I'm giving you people who are, soon when they graduate, these ones, you must come. District coordinators who are here, provincial people, but most importantly, our esteemed educators in your different roles, in your ranks. If you were not there, would not proudly go around and say, I'm a director, this and this and that. We are dead because of you. I really want to thank those people who stood up on the 16th of November, 1945, and formed UNESCO. I think they had a vision and we are carrying it out in a very unique way and will continue to do that. I believe everyone knows what UNESCO stands for, what it represents. If not, let me do it to you for free. It was established in the aftermath of World War II with the goal of promoting peace and security through international cooperation in education, science, culture, and communication. I was worried when we were singing the national anthem because for me, we actually did a disservice. The national anthem is a national prayer which has its protocols. We can't beautify it. We can't change it. We can't modify it. We must sing it and also hold a posture relevant for us who are here. We don't move around when we sing the national anthem. We don't do anything. We stand like this when we sing the national anthem. And we sing it the way it is supposed to be sung, the way it is written. And I'm appealing to UNISA. Unless it is corrected, the teachers that you are going to bring to us will do this, and they'll come because they're the TikTok teachers. So let's correct that part. It's a very important part that we need to deal with. Now, on a very lighter note, I had to be serious. I'm a director. I'm paid for being a director. And a director is a very serious person. Now coming back to the real issues. Now I want to celebrate UNISA first for this program. And I was saying to the executive dean, Mara, you have a womb, by the way, and that womb can still give birth. Why are you not birthing these other things that are sitting in that womb? Do you want them to come in as stillbirth form? I get it, this is me. Womb A must work. The womb of a woman works from birth until they die. Even after I have finished giving birth to children or no children at all, it still gives birth. And we must continue to give birth. Whether there's no menopause, that is a biological thing, but it must continue to give. This man here can't give birth. That is why yesterday somebody was saying, after the water broke, then you must start pushing. Or he said you must push, and then after that the water broke, and it was a man. And we said, but he does not even know. The water breaks before I go to the hospital to give birth. I don't push before the water has broken. I must first have the water broken. Then I will then start pushing. Again, we were talking the last push. And it made women in that event very angry yesterday because it's a man. Because abana womb. Meroko wa lena ke o bereka le tlise tšhelete rena re berekise. Rena ka gore na le di-womb. Lena le o bereka ya rena tšhelete a e bereki. Ya lena le tlisa ko gae ra e berekisa. Now we really want to appreciate this program that came. It came in very handy. And it was part of breaking new ground. And we have lived the experience of the program. Going around in those sessions, now I'm speaking to the people who conceived it, Prof. Mawela and everyone. We went to some of these programs. I'm not so sure if district directors had an opportunity to visit when the training was being conducted. If not, you need to take time and go there so that you can experience, because it continues to make what the executive dean was saying happen. In teaching, when you say teaching, it means there's a person who is being taught and one who is doing the teaching. So teaching is a two-way traffic. There's no way in which we can talk about teachers without understanding what the learners or the space at which the learners are. But we really want to say, having seen what has happened in the program, I challenged them one time when we were at Skumansdal. They were emphasizing the issue of reading champions, reading. And I'm like, but what happened to writing? We are not saying so much as a system about writing champions, because I remember vividly that when I was in Sub B, I did Sub B, there's a book that we used to have where we were told that when you write it's like this. The first, you use 2 lines, the second line, and it must fill there, and you come with that And that way, we learned that when we write, there are words that cannot overlap to the other line. And now, because children are not being taught how to write, they can't read what they cannot write. They can't read somebody else's writing. They must know how to write for them to know how to read. And after knowing all these things, they'll be able to comprehend and understand. Then we shall have done something different. But the baby still needs to be born. You know the baby that I'm talking about. I'm not going to disclose that baby. I cannot. But I'm emphasizing the point. And if UNISA is recording, they will know. They'll come and ask you, what baby was she talking about? Then they will understand. But I'm not going to be very long. But I think it's very important that when we continue with the role of the school leaders, we unpack it to a point where it begins to make sense to them, for the entire schooling community. You said something about teams. Yesterday when the last push was happening, I observed something. The children who came, there were some who were coming from schools from the outskirts of Polokwane. And each and every child who came, they said, I'm coming from secondary school XYZ, but I'm not representing a secondary school here. I'm representing all the secondary schools in my circuit. And we are promising you, circuit manager, principals, that we are going to do the best we can. Then one child said, I am representing this particular high school, and I was actually worried. Then it comes back to the issue of values, ethics, and everything. And it's the orientation that they have or how they were brought up. They can't budge. It's in their fiber, it's in their mechanical makeup. And somehow it needs to be broken down. Somebody must pull it down and plant something new for them to see it different. We believe that in the course of the program, there has to be a continuous identification of needs, not only for the recipients of training, but also for the instructors who are facilitators. As facilitators of the learning, you must be able to do some kind of introspection and illuminate your own blind spots. Because each and every one of us have an interior condition from which we operate. And unless we begin to illuminate those blind spots, it will remain a mystery, will remain where we are, will not move, will claim, those who go to church like me, but Lori, you can't move me, I will stay in the same position like the cedar tree of Lebanon. Whether storms come, tornadoes, I'm gonna stand there and I will not be moved. But it does not work in the space of education because things change every day. So we appeal that don't be scared. UNISA must be dependent on you to reimagine the program. When they have the first cohort and they learn, you must actually inform the renewal or the redevelopment and redesign of the modus operandi of this program, so that the group that comes after you actually benefits more than you have benefited. And that way, you will have co-created the program with the institution. So you will own it at implementation level, you are part of it, you even know, you picked up the weaknesses of the program, and you are able to say, this will work better, this will not work. Lastly, I don't want to take so much from the guest speaker, but I just want to indicate that UNISA, we regard you very highly, and we can see how much you miss the people. That's why you are bringing back the going to the people, because UNISA was depriving you, and thanks to Limpopo, because we brought you back to. For the scholars, do you know the youth theory? It's a very popular theory that I always tell people about. At least they will have something to go and Google. The youth theory speaks of downloading, but the most important part of the youth theory is at the bottom of the U. You see you. It will be like this. You. Here we download. But when we get here, we are at the source. We have dealt with all the baggage that was not wanted. And when we get to the bottom of the U, we then get to a point where we connect to the source. The teachers who have been beneficiaries of the program, they'll begin to connect to the entire school community, the SGBs and everyone, and the learners, because now they are connecting to the source. They begin to understand. And now they start going up. When we are at the top of the U theory, that's where performing starts to take off. And performance will become excellence, which will make us realize our vision as the Department of Education, because we have connected to the source. We are not going to leave anyone behind. And all those teachers who seemed not to be cooperative, it was not because they did not want to cooperate. It was because you were continuing to operate from your interior condition and you refused, as the school management, to illuminate the blind spot. Then they decided, let's see how far they will go. And they looked at you and they start falling down. Then you realize, but this person is very gifted. Why is he not making a difference? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let me now pause. Happy Barry, when you do something nice, don't overdo it, because you want to see me continue. So I'm stopping here. And when I stop, I want to take this opportunity to introduce to you the guest speaker for today. It is not Memhlaba as indicated on your program, but we have the acting chief director for FET schools. He's the one who is actually the kingpin of grade 10 to 12 in the province. So secondary schooling is actually him. He breathes it, he dreams it, and he is none other than Ntate Pedro Masitla. As he comes, let's welcome him, and I'll go down and immediately leave without disturbing anyone. So where I was supposed to come back, if I manage, I'll come back, but Ntate Masitla, I'm delegating you to do what I was supposed to do later on, because you are here and you are a very important person from Waterberg district. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Let me take this opportunity, program directors, esteemed colleagues from the University of South Africa's College of Education. Let me mention Professor Makwe, Executive Dean of the college, Professor Mawela, Professor Tabane, Professor Mudau, Professor Poshoko, Professor Ndo, Dr. A.C. Chirase, Mr. Tema, the Provincial Manager, ETDP SETA, representatives from the Department of Basic Education, Limpopo, the relevant stakeholders present here, distinguished guests, education partners, and most importantly, our teachers. It's an honor, the Dean of the Faculty, to be invited and speak on behalf of the Department of Education Limpopo, invited by one of the oldest university in our country, the university that is still intact, that has not lost its touch since 1873. Colleagues, let me greet you all this morning with humility and pride. It is indeed a profound honor to stand before you today at this celebration of World Teachers' Day, a day that reminds us to pause, reflect, and express our collective gratitude to the women and men who form the backbone of our education system. There is a proverb that says, if you plan for a year, plant rice. If you plan for 10 years, plant trees. But if you plan for 100 years, educate children. Behind every professional we admire today, the doctors who save our lives, the engineers who build bridges, the judges who dispense justice, the commissioners who correct disorder and disdain in our society, there once stood a teacher in front of them. In our context as South Africans, we know that teachers were at the forefront of the struggle for democracy. They stood in the classroom that were underfunded and overcrowded, yet they nurtured resilience, resistance, and hope. Today, they stand at the forefront of the struggle for transformation, equity, and social justice in education. Let me indicate, program directors, that the teacher is not merely an employee in public service. The teacher is a nation builder, entrusted with shaping both mind and character. Let us reflect on what teachers actually do. I'm speaking here as a leader within basic education and understand fully what teachers do. To some people, they may not even understand, especially at basic level. Teachers are knowledge bearers, imparting literacy, numeracy, and critical life skills, starting from the lowest level. They are mentors, guiding learners through the turbulent waters of adolescence, providing counsel and encouragement. They are community leaders, often filling gaps left by social workers, healthcare providers, and even parents. They are catalysts of change, challenging inequalities and inspiring learners to see possibilities beyond their immediate circumstances. Program directors in Limpopo have personally witnessed teachers in deep rural areas who walk long distances to school, who teach under trees when classrooms are damaged, and who still smile with pride when their learners pass with flying colors. These are not just teachers, they are heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, the value of a teacher cannot be measured by salary scales or captured fully in policy documents. Their true worth is reflected in the transformation they bring about in the lives of our learners. A teacher is the one who helps a child from Guyana to discover the love for science that will one day lead to a career in medicine. A teacher is the one who helps learners in Skukuni see beauty in mathematics and pursue engineering. A teacher is the one who instills confidence in a shy learner from Venda to one day become a leader standing at a podium like I'm doing. The teacher is both custodian of knowledge and a midwife of dreams. World Teachers' Day, as declared by UNESCO, is not just a celebration, but also a reminder of the global challenges facing education today. I'm talking within the context of Limpopo and the country at large. Shortage of qualified teachers, the pressure to integrate the changing technology into pedagogy, increasing workloads and administrative burdens, and the mental and emotional toll working in complex environment. In South Africa, these challenges are magnified by historical inequities. Teachers in rural provinces like Limpopo face overcrowded classrooms, inadequate resources, and learners who sometimes come to school hungry. And yet, despite these challenges, our teachers continue to rise. They continue to produce excellence against odds. They continue to carry the flame of hope. Program directors, ladies and gentlemen, if teachers are this important, then surely the question that we must ask ourselves is, what must we do to empower them as government and as universities. I need to remind us all that to empower educators is not an act of charity. It is an investment in the future. I want to emphasize that we owe our teachers. Giving a teacher a laptop is not luxury. Giving a teacher Wi-Fi and other related tools of trade is not a favor. It's their right. We are strengthening them so that they can pave and craft and steer the future of our children. We must provide teachers with continuous professional development that is meaningful, practical, and aligned with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. The Dean, I want to bring this to your attention, this statement, given the fact that UNISA is the largest in terms of the intake of student teachers. We need to be relevant to the demand for the times that we find ourselves in. Universities like UNISA and Departments of Education must partner to create flexible technology-supported training pathways that enable teachers to grow while they teach. We expect UNISA to respond to the needs of our teachers, especially in areas like mathematics and sciences, including technologies. As the sector, we can no longer continue forging ahead with an academic loaded curriculum. We need to diversify our curriculum, focusing largely on skill-based curriculum that calls for vocational and occupational subjects. As the department, we want to increase the number of technical schools across the province, but unfortunately, our initiatives are hampered by the lack of qualified human capital in technology subjects like electrical, mechanical, civil technologies. We want to challenge UNISA to commence with the introduction of such critical subjects that resonate well with the economic priorities of the province. Let me also emphasize, colleagues, that a teacher cannot be transformative without the basic tools of teaching. Textbooks, laboratory, libraries, internet activities, these are not luxuries, they are necessities. As policymakers, we must ensure equity in resource allocation so that a child in a rural school in Limpopo has the same learning opportunities as a child in Johannesburg North. A teacher who's exhausted, demoralized, and undervalued cannot pour into the lives of our learners. A day before yesterday, we had the National Teaching Awards in Beachwood. And we are proud to announce that we had 3 teachers who scored first position and came back with cars as a token. A clear indicator that the more we acknowledge and appreciate the role that these people are doing, we will not make it. Actually, they are the most important, yet they are the people that are looked down upon by society at large. Empowerment means attending to teachers' mental health, ensuring fair workload distribution, and cultivating a culture of recognition and appreciation. Teachers must be positioned as partners in transformation, not passive recipient of policy. We need innovation hubs where teachers can experiment with new pedagogies, integrate technology, and share best practices across schools, districts, and province. I need to announce, although it's not official, that as basic education, we are in the process of strengthening the curriculum, the current curriculum. We are not changing the curriculum, we are strengthening the curriculum. we are bringing in the competencies that are missing in the approach and the methodology that we mediate CAPS on. We are bringing in competencies, skills, values that both Malema and Prof alluded to. So let's brace ourselves as UNISA, as and when we are planning our programs, let's start consultation with the department so that we are relevant to the demand of the nation. Policies must be teacher-friendly, responsive, and developed in consultation with the profession. Teachers should be central voices in curriculum development, assessment reforms, and digital integration strategies. That's exactly what we are doing as we strengthen the curriculum. We are not doing it alone. We are bringing in teachers in various forms. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want you this morning to imagine with me. I repeat, I want us just simply close our eyes and imagine with me, number one, a South Africa or a Limpopo where every classroom has access to digital technology. Two, a South Africa where every teacher receives ongoing support and mentorship. Three, a South Africa where rural schools are no longer disadvantaged but centers of innovation. Four, a South Africa where the teaching profession is so attractive that our brightest young minds aspire to become teachers, not out of necessity, but out of choice. That vision, colleagues, begin with how we treat and empower our teachers today. Both ourselves and universities like UNISA have a responsibility to make sure that these are done. As we celebrate World Teachers Day, let us recommit ourselves to honor teachers, not only through words, but through action, to empower educators, because in their hands lies the transformative future we desire. To collaborate across sectors, ensuring that teachers are never isolated, but supported by universities, government, civil societies, and communities. To the teachers present here today, and those in classroom across Limpopo and the nation, you are the heartbeat of education. You are the guardians of tomorrow. You are the true architects of transformation. May we work away from this celebration with renewed determination, not only to say thank you, but to create an environment where you, our teachers, can thrive. On behalf of the Department of Basic Education, Limpopo Province, I wish you a very happy World Teachers Day, and I thank you.
Hala teachers, hala. Hala barutishi, hala. Yeah, now it sounds like we are celebrating. At some point I felt like I'm at church. Let us proceed. So I couldn't really interject or set rules for the previous speakers, because if you could hear the titles, I could not even give them to say you have 5 minutes or 2 minutes. You must speak. No, I couldn't do that. But unfortunately, the ones that are coming afterward, I'm not disrespecting. I'm just gonna now try and streamline because we are running behind schedule. So we're going to move to the next item. Oh, before I move to the next item, there's something.
Is the learners, because they're the ones who give us the results. When we do monitoring first, that means I have to know the learners. I have to do the on-site support with the learners. I have to go to the class and motivate the learners, not only motivate educators. That means I must put the learners first. And also it promoted me to do what we call, to consider curriculum for everyone. That means inclusivity. That means if, let's say, I go to monitor the school and then I request the the mark sheet for learners' performance. If let's say I find that the learners is not performing, that means I have to go deeper and check what is the problem. Maybe the problem, the learner needs concessions or what. That means I have to check that. And also, as the cost, the impact, time management. The most important thing is to know that each and every time when you do task, there is a deadline. So I was able to recognize the time management is important. And also the course promoted implementation of diverse assessment of learners. When it comes to learners, we have to include all the assessments. So whenever I go to monitor the schools, that means I must encourage the learner to consider the different implementation studies wherein they will do when they assess the learners. Now let's come to knowledge and skills that I had gained. First, the course is all about whenever you do everything, it must be evidence-based. That means we have to plan whenever we want to achieve something. We have to monitor. And also we have to do what we call effective communication. That means effective communication is important whenever we want to achieve everything. And also when it comes to the course, and also the name of the course is instructional. That means everything must be instructional based. That means we must engage all the educators through the instructional leadership. Now let's come to management. I was able to get how to manage. That means from data-driven, we have to use what we call SSMs. That means whenever I visit the schools, I must make sure that I consult SSMs first and identify the challenges that are encountering at schools. That means whenever I go to visit the schools, that means it must be targeted support based on what I had identified as challenges at the schools. And also, from the knowledge that I gained, the interpersonal skills, I was able to collaborate with different stakeholders, and it was not a challenging. And also, I was able to gain the skills of resolving conflicts. Now let's come to the last item, my personal journey as a coordinator. That means I had gained the communication skills and also to be transparent and also to have the leadership skills. And again, I had gained the ICT skills through the course. It was for the first time that I was using a UNISA portal. I had gained a lot in order to how to register through the portal. And also I had gained a lot of experience on how to communicate with the other instructional leadership in my district. And again, I also gained a lot of experience when it comes to writing assignments using the portal. And also there were some challenges. I want to put in the Department of Education. Most of our stakeholders, teachers and DHs and principals, they don't know how to use the computer. So please create a program for ICT skills, because there were many challenges when it comes to those ones who are in this course. So they don't know the ICT skills. They don't know how to create folders. They don't know how to save documents. They don't know how to type. So it is important for the Department of Education to initiate a program wherein in each and every school they will teach teachers on how to use computers. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity. Good morning, all the dignitaries and everyone in this session. Yeah, I am Rukwa AR, Vembe East District Coordinator for the program called Instructional Leadership. I am going to share with you a very short presentation. I will try to be brief in the interest of time. I will start with the impact of the course. Colleagues, to be honest with you, this course has been a game changer for me personally and professionally. I gained invaluable skills and knowledge that transformed the quality of my daily practices. Whatever I'm doing now, I'm doing it better than the way I was doing before. Now, okay, yeah. Another thing that I must indicate is that it has strengthened learners' centeredness in as far as instructions and inclusive education is concerned. And it also empowered me to create positive impact on the way how I deal with my colleagues and the broader school communities. Lastly, another impact, it encouraged shared vision and collective responsibility with all the stakeholders. Let me now move to the knowledge and skills that I gained from this course. Through this course, I've gained a lot of skills. I'll be very short and straightforward. Skills such as effective design, instructional design and delivery, classroom management and leadership, assessment and feedback strategies, collaborative leadership and teamwork, and data-driven decision making. These skills have not only improved my day-to-day practice, but also enabled me to support my colleagues in becoming better educators, better leaders. Then let me now move to the personal journey as a coordinator, which is the second last topic or aspect that I will deal with. It has been a pleasure working with UNISA or working as a coordinator for this UNISA instructional leadership course at Vembe East District. It gave me an opportunity to work directly with people who are professionals and occupying different post levels, be it deputy chief education specialist, senior education specialist, principals, deputy principals, departmental heads. And these people are also having different or at different qualification levels, starting from doctorate down to degree level. So because of that, I learned so much from them and have made me a better leader and coordinator. Maybe before I step off my personal journey, I must indicate that the support that UNISA was giving us as coordinators of the district was outstanding. They were able to compile data of attendance, giving us the weaknesses, the strength of the participants in as far as the writing of assignments is concerned, and many other things that I'm not going to share with you. That has made my journey as a coordinator very easy because the people that I was coordinating were able to be guided through whatever they were doing. Lastly, let me share with you the challenges where I captured only one challenge. And I'll be pardoned if this challenge doesn't sit well with some of us. The biggest challenge that I observed while coordinating this program is the challenge of management and consolidation of participants' registration data by three partners, which is the Department of Education, which is us, CEDU, and lastly, UNISA. As I'm standing here before you now, we still have cases which are not yet resolved. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Mopani. East followed by West. Adenocha. And then after Mopani, Skukune, please be ready.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, good morning. all protocols observed. I am Dr. Machuben Triple M. I am not the coordinator for Mopani East District. I'm the acting coordinator. And the coordinator is Mr. Malie TR. Unfortunately, he's held up at the DBE right now. So I'm going to just read his presentation because I don't want to collect epithets and make it as if it is mine. So it is his presentation. So I will try by all means to use the third person so that I am not Mr. Marier. So in cases where I read in the first person, you just pardon me, it is not me, it's him. Thank you, colleagues. Then the outline of the presentation is the same with the previous presentations. Then let me zoom straight to the impact of the course, where he says it has enhanced his ability to lead with clarity, confidence, and collaboration. And he also states that his team members, including myself, must effectively participate in decisions that affect their operation or their work. He says he now realized the importance of placing diversity and differentiation at the center of his planning in order to ensure that all learners get equal opportunities to learn. Today in Mopani East District, even the district director always wants to know the plans he has to improve learner performance. Through this program, he has gained a lot of trust from the district director because of the activities that he has initiated to improve learner performance. On knowledge and skills gained, he says he gained honesty in planning. He gained mentoring and coaching skills. He also gained the use of data analysis to identify challenges and informing planning for support curriculum delivery. He also gained the knowledge on the interrelationship between. He has learned to coordinate and work with adults, some of whom are highly qualified and experienced than himself. There were times when he felt like it was too much for him to execute this task, but later he started to enjoy it. His engagement with the team in Mopani East and the respect and trust they've shown him cannot be ignored. The registration period was a challenge, and to get all instruction leaders to attend was not easy. That was the last slide. Thank you, President. Thank you.
Mopani West. Mopani West not here. Is it Sekhukhune East? When I raise this, it means you are only left with a minute. Yes. And then South must also get ready. Mopani is Sekhukhune South.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Nguna. And good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Who's standing before you here? It's Ntuneng Pakwao, coming from the east, where the sun rises, the district on the rise. I'm going to present this, but then in many aspects, this is the same as the previous speakers, but I'm just going to highlight where some of the things that I learned. So the structure is the same. So from the first slide, I wish we had the projector, but it's fine. Impact of the course, how the course actually has influenced my instructional leadership. I have this question for so long, whether a leader is born or made. I don't know. The course has attested some of the instructional leadership styles in me. Then when I was participating, I realized that, yes, I'm a leader because I am learning some of the things I've been practicing, but I'm now practicing them better than before. It has also broadened an understanding of stakeholder engagement and their roles. The stages of planning, implementation, monitoring in curriculum delivery actually reveals in me that, the important roles that the district circuits and schools play in learner performance. And the course made me to make things happen, not to see things happening or not knowing what is happening in my area of work. And then when coming to knowledge and skills that I learned, key skills are as follows. I learned that policy knowledge and mediation in me has improved. And then online learning skills, it has been mentioned before, and engaging with fellow students for the work that we've been doing. Utilization of data for curriculum delivery has also improved in me. Type of curriculum that we learned about, like product, process, and spiral curriculum, the type of leadership style, distributive, participative, transformational leadership. I learned a lot in this course, and broader understanding of inclusivity in education. So coming to the personal journey as a coordinator, communication flow between stakeholders has improved. This course has brought me closer to the principals. I'm a DCS in the InterCen, and it was not easy for me to come closer to the principal. And the principals are people who are difficult to instruct if you are not the line manager. But now I am closer to them because they respond to my instructions. So challenges, dropping of the students from the course, it was a challenge. Registration, as it was mentioned, absenteeism from the online participation, successes, open communication, mutual respect has developed. Availability of UNISA team members to address challenges, that was wow. That is a success. And lesson learned, knowledge is not a constant. Educational change is policy driven, and all stakeholders matters in successful curriculum delivery. So I'm closely with the quotation from Albert Einstein saying, everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Everybody, that is inclusivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sekhukhune South. And then Capricorn, you can also come closer.
Thank you to our program directors, Dr. Nkuna and Dr. Dosini, and greetings to the UNISA team, Department of Education, all protocol observed. I am Shongosi from Sekhukhune South, and I'm an instructional leader who was just hijacked because when the course started, I was not part of the course. And as I decided to join the course, then eventually I got hijacked and they said, you must become the coordinator. But anyway, I am honored today to stand in front of professors, doctors, and also to present in front of my directors. Let me move on to the impact of the course, how this course has influenced my instructional leadership and curriculum delivery. This course has helped me as a DCES to approach curriculum delivery differently. In my leadership skills, I have now learned to improve and involve all stakeholders, also prioritizing teacher development, supporting them with teaching materials, resources, engaging of PLCs in planning instead of giving them the plans, recognizing top learners and also the underperforming learners so that they can also be strengthened and be assisted, which is differentiated teaching. And then it has also taught all of us who were instructional leaders to develop policies with stakeholders to assist the schools in development of their functional policies, so that those policies must not be just policies in the school, but they must be functional ones. They must work to assist the schools. And it also helped to impact us in knowing what the whole school evaluation is, and also to know that we must integrate it with the school improvement plans and also with the subject improvement plans. The course also offered us to study further. We were encouraged to study further. Some of us as instructional leaders are on the way to register honours, master's degrees and doctor's degrees because of this course. We love and appreciate the course, but mostly the expectations, some of them are difficult to implement as there is no financial support to such systems. You will understand me when I talk about this, because such systems like dealing with serious policies, inclusive education in some of our schools, we want to do that. But remember, when Mr. Masitla was addressing us, he spoke about shortage of what? Human resources, which is teachers. So it's not easy to do inclusive education in schools because you need to separate the learners. And as one teacher, it's impossible to do that. Then the knowledge and skills that we have gained, key skills, knowledge, and practical applications attained from the course. This course helped me to gain skills on how to make data-driven decisions when it comes to support and monitoring. We can now analyze data such as item and error analysis and identify areas which needs improvement in our subjects. We also gained knowledge on different leadership styles that help supporting teachers and differentiated instruction that will meet learners' needs, which is inclusive education. We gained insight on digital learning. One of us spoke about it. The use and support for LTSM, importance of teacher development, and also curriculum delivery. And then we also gained knowledge on leadership theories and models relevant to educational settings, principles of effective instructional leadership, and which also assist in fostering culture of continuous improvement, framework for guiding schools and district innovations, and awareness of policy requirements, regulatory frameworks that impact on curriculum and instruction, and also the skills of communicating with all stakeholders in a school. Lastly, my personal journey. I improved my digital skills as some of the group members had challenges with technology. Therefore, I could assist them. Remember, when you coordinate group members as a whole, you must use differentiated approach, because those we were coordinating, some were teachers, departmental heads, deputy principals, SCSs, and also DCSs. And then professional development also improved as challenge experienced during the course, and we could also resolve those with ease. And then I also was offered an opportunity to lead managers from different fields of education. As I said, there were principals, deputy principals, SCSs, and DCSs. And let me also say to the Department of Education that most of our teachers, principals, they were also complaining. The UNISA will attest to that, complaining of data when they had to attend this course. And some of them also had challenges when they had to attend every Friday because they did not have data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Capricorn, North and South. Is Dr. Mangiana not here? Oh, there's Capricorn South. All right. Let me quickly open South.
Okay, all right. It's fine. As long as it's in presentation mode. Good morning, esteemed guests. Protocol is already observed, but I would like to bring this, my special greetings to my mother who's here, Menguzana. I can't do without greeting her. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to Prof. Nkuna, our program director. Okay, Prof. Mawela. I didn't see him since I arrived. Oh. Okay, and all our facilitators. I am not alone today. I brought along my son. Bantuli Kalakala, can you please stand so that the house can see you? He's my second born. So today he is my partner. Okay, as we are celebrating Teachers Today, we are reminded the importance of instructional leadership. Schools are becoming centers of chaos. So we are going to remember all that we have been taught, planning and everything else throughout our studying, our experience as lifelong learners. That was encouraged. So the impact of the course taught us the importance of teacher-centered approaches. Unfortunately, our schools are still learner-centered, are still teacher-centered. So we should encourage learner-centered approaches. Learners should be at the center. Learners should decide what they want to be taught, because it's not everything that they do not know, given that we are talking about digital natives who understand technology even better than teachers. So we should engage them in our planning. The same applies to us as coordinators in the district. As leaders, we should also engage teachers as we are planning, so that we do exactly how they want us to support them. So that's the main important thing that we have learned. Teaching and learning should be aligned to policy. They have already mentioned most of the policies, but the policy that was emphasized was the Batupile policy. as well as the inclusive and e-education policy. So these policies are very important for decision making, as well as to ensure compliance and equity in learning opportunities. As an instructional leader, I have developed a deeper appreciation for the importance of articulating clear communication. If you don't articulate clear communication, people on the ground will not understand what you want. The key skills, knowledge, and practical applications attained from this course. Schools should review their existing ICT policies. You go to schools, the first thing that will greet you is the bold letters written, no cell phone allowed. But teachers have cell phones, and there are always cases of learners bringing along cell phones to show teachers and leaders that we want these tools in the school. And the worst part is that when they go to varsities, they have challenges dealing with these phones, but because we never taught them from school level. So let's go and review our existing policies, design a technology integration plan, identify suitable tools and platforms, and evaluate strategies for technology integration. There are a lot of free tools that teachers can use. As an e-education specialist, I will emphasize the issue of using technology. Most schools are still struggling when it comes to technology. They are struggling to create policies. They are struggling to look into e-education in their schools. So I'm available to assist them. And as I leave the stage, my experience as a coordinator, leading principals, second managers, and others, was eye-opening. At the beginning, I thought, I can't continue with this because communication was very bad. Collaboration. Teachers were just responding to messages without identifying who they are, as well as registration was very tough. We had to ask for lists to be resubmitted, qualifications, and so on. So some teachers even suspected that this is a scam. So today they are celebrating, they are happy because they can see and understand that this course is very important. And I did not say my name. I got a name from this course. I'm now Dr. Professor Likalakala, as they used to call all of us, which is encouraging. Thank you so much, facilitators.
Thank you so much. I can't stress much in terms of time. We are not really doing well in terms of time. I just want only 2 now presentation left. If something probably they've already highlighted, I'd ask if the previous speakers have touched on it. I think we can skip it and then speak to the experiences that probably has not been mentioned so that we can finish the program on time. We're moving now to Mahalakwena, and then the last, it's Waterbeck, then the last one will be Mahalakwena. Mahalakwena. I speak like I'm from KZN like Dr. Mahlambi. As kids, I spent a lot of time with Dr. Mahlambi, and he can't pronounce Mahalakwena.
Thank you very much, Program Director. All protocol observed. I go by the name of Maite. I'm representing Waterbeck District as the coordinator. So in most of the things, I'm not going to touch them because already the presenters before me, they spoke about it. So the impact of the course, what I want to highlight is that this course instilled the leadership skills in young principal, deputy principals, and HOD, because they are now more comfortable and confident to lead their schools. So when I interact with them, they will clearly say, ma'am, we have gained a lot from this and we are now good leaders. Come 2-3 years down the line, our schools will be on high level. Now, the knowledge and skills gained, not by me, because for me, I learned a lot of things, but from the principals and the SMTs. Most of them, they were struggling with communication, more especially the line of communication, and also the digital skills. So you see, when we are attending this course, sometimes they will present something and expect us to download or to do something on that. So Professor Mawela will say, I'm a naughty child because I'll quickly scan that thing and send it to my group so that they can see what is happening. So because I've learned that most of us were still struggling with the digital knowledge. Colleagues, believe you me, the personal journey as a coordinator, I've learned a lot. I've been inspired by the UNISA people. I've learned that even if you can be rich, you can be more educated, you can still be kind. So I've learned a lot of kindness from the UNISA team. And also they have shown a lot of humanity. They've encouraged us to work as a team. And definitely they have got a lot of tolerance, which I've learned, because in me, when I want something, I'll say now. So, but with the UNISA people, they've taught us that you go step by step and encourage your people to do things. Even if they are failing, but you can still motivate them to do that. The challenges, they are a little bit, because one of the skills that I've learned is time management. So, and I think I'm going to beat this time. So the challenges is the absenteeism, more especially with the office-based colleague, because most of the time they do have the competing programs. You may find that the time they are supposed to attend, they are supposed to go and monitor the schools or do moderation or whatever. It was very much challenging, but in this, let me say, I value the UNISA team, I value my colleague, and also all those SMT members at the schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And is the last district? Are they not here? All right. Oh. Polokwane. 30 minutes.
Age discrimination. Good morning, colleagues. The name of my district, Polokwane district, the popular district in Limpopo province. Actually, the #1 district in the Limpopo province. I cannot ascend the stage without saying that. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to appreciate it and furthermore observe the protocol that has been established so far. But allow me further to highlight the mere fact that as Polokwane district, as we stand currently, we are on the drive to transform our schools into the academic centers of excellences. Because we are of the notion that even the learner who's attending the schools up there in rural areas should receive quality education and equal access as the learner who's attending in urban schools. Because we have promised our people, colleagues, through our constitution in section 29, subsection 1, to say all South Africans, all young people should be provided with basic and adult education. And we as the system, we even went further to promise our people in South African Schools Act under the preamble that we are going to transcend the provision. We are going to provide our people with quality and inclusive basic education. That is Mogalakwena district for you now. We are walking the talk. Colleagues, let me further highlight that our SMTs currently, they have undertaken this course as instructional leader. I'm not going to talk about the impact of this course on myself. I went to an extent of looking at the impact holistically, so most especially in our schools. Colleagues, allow me to indicate the fact that whenever you see learner achievement, you need to zoom in, most especially the teacher development programs. We need to have effective teacher development programs in place for us to realize learner achievement. But however, colleagues, the instructional leadership course in curriculum delivery has actually assisted the district in our transformation drive. Now today, as I'm speaking, go and visit any of our schools whereby you will find instructional leader. You will find the atmosphere, the learning environment is very much important. Our SMTs today, if you go there, you will find that our teachers today, they're supported. They are able to create a conducive environment for teaching and learning. You know what is the key? I'm sorry, I'm not a short speaker, but I'm the youngest. At least just give me the credit. You know, the Center for Development Enterprises, it has once published a statistics in 2015 to say our higher education institutions, they are struggling to meet the demand for teachers in South Africa. By looking at this fact, we check the supply. We are unable, currently we are producing 23,000 teachers from higher education institutions. But when you zoom into the current state of our schools, our teachers are frustrated. What causes this frustration? It's because they do not feel supported. They are not empowered. But when they are empowered, we will be, as a system, be able to retain our teachers. So, colleagues, our SMTs today, in their interaction with our teachers, they are empowered to go to an extent of conducting the classroom visit, whereby they are no longer just compiling the checklist. They are making sure that when they observe the lesson, they provide our teachers with a developmental feedback, whereby when you check those reports that they have completed, they will just highlight the areas of their weakness. They highlight the areas of their strength, and there comes the recommendation. Collaboration, colleagues, is another impact that we have observed. Managing the resources strategically, utilization of data, and the knowledge and skills that we have acquired, colleagues, is now we are able to integrate ICT, because we know that today in the 21st century, ICT integration into teaching and learning is no longer a luxury. It's actually, we are saying, is a need. And colleagues, we have learned a lot regarding the application of various leadership styles. We know we are having so many, but what is key is that now leadership is no longer centered across the district, it's no longer centered to curriculum, it is no longer centered to principal or SMT. We share leadership. This is what we call distributive leadership. Thank you very much. What I want to say to you when you leave here, I want you to go there and make an impact to an extent of saying, when you leave, we, the one who is going to be left, we want to say, hey, here lived a great shepherd who swept the street so well. But I can't continue further because they want to kill me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with teachers because they are paid to talk. You'll pardon me, there was change in a bit of a program. I think now I'm standing in between you and the snacks now. And I said at the beginning, the diet, not today. So, Dr. Nkuzana, you only have less than 5 minutes because now the snacks are ready out there. So I've already asked them to take the diet out, so make sure that you don't go beyond the 5 minutes. So she's leaving, so we have moved her up so that she can attend to other commitments. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkuna, and allow me to greet the Executive Dean and say protocol is already established. I'm not going to take long. Your 5 minutes is too much.
we are here as the district to come and appreciate this collaboration. You know, I was saying to my colleagues there that as a department, we call him Prof. Masetla. We know it's not Prof, but we call him Prof. I said to my colleagues, we didn't have Teachers' Day as a department, but UNISA, you have this special day for our teachers, and we want to appreciate. Maybe let's give them a hand of applause for acknowledging our educators. We know that the power of partnership. I'm here to say we failed to do our Teachers' Day, but you did it for us. But again, we want to say we appreciate this program, the instructional leadership. And I want to ask Prof. Mawela that please have the second cohort, because to us it's very important. You know, there is no way we can have the results. As a province, we are aiming for the number 5. And for us to reach number 5, we need instructional leaders in our schools. So your contribution will help us that come 2026, we're not saying aiming for number 5, we'll be saying we are number 3. Remember, as a province, we have produced great leaders all over the country. And we want to remain that kind of a province that will continue to produce leaders all over the country. The other thing that I'm requesting, instructional leadership, I think we are agreeing, Prof, that it will continue. But can we also request the issue of mathematics and science? We used to be known as one of the best province in producing maths and science. But for now, we are seeing other provinces doing better than us. And I'm standing here on behalf of the district to say, look at the area of maths and science. How best can we help our teachers to get it right? Because we know that if our children do maths and science, they will be able to go. Prof was with us, was telling us that if we don't have maths and science in our schools, we are killing that community. So we are now pleading to you as a higher institution that help us to get maths and science right in our school, not only in grade 12, but starting in the primary school. Because the reason why we see learners shifting to maths lit is because they can't master maths and science when they go to grade 10 and 11. And maybe the last one, again, is to say to UNISA, it's not only this program. We have another program with Professor Ndo for looking at underperforming schools. And I can tell, as a province and as a district, we have reduced the number of underperforming schools. And we are saying that program for looking at underperforming schools, look into it again and strengthen, and we continue to collaborate. Our aim is that come 2026, we don't have any underperforming school. As a province, we can say we no longer have an underperforming seconds. All the districts in the province are performing above 80%. And this collaboration can take us to more than that. We are very grateful, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Who busy mo Limpopo? I said we are going for snacks. I retreat my words. Askies. Right. If you have heard talking about this instructional leadership course, there were people that were involved in funding the course, and they were supposed to present after the short break. However, there's other commitments that are happening. We know on Saturdays, Samanyalo Diabapala somewhere, and then somewhere other else. So we're going to call upon ETPD SITA so that they can also speak, because they were supposed to speak after, but because of other commitments they need to rush to. So we're going to give them 3 minutes, and I'm timing again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkuna. I'm not sure what happened to the saying, "He who pays the piper." Program Director, it's some sort of a homecoming for me. Good afternoon to everyone. Good morning, sorry. The program directors, the executive dean of the college, the UNISA team, Dr. Chivasi, welcome home, back home. The team education, the district directors who are here, the SAPA representative, esteemed guests, fellow countrymen, receive my greetings this afternoon on behalf of the ETDP CETA Program Director, one of the acronyms standing for the Education, Training and Development Practices Sector Education and Training Authority. We are one of the 21 CETAs in the country with a mandate of ensuring that there is a skills revolution in various sectors. And our CETA is mandated to deal with the empowerment of men and women in the ETD space. And we work largely with the institutions of higher learning, and our main constituency being the Department of Education. And I said earlier on that it's a homecoming because I am a teacher myself by profession. And after going through the famous corridors of the now defunct Polokwane College of Education, when I started teaching, I will not say when so that I don't disclose my age, but I then enrolled at UNISA for my first degree. So I have this link, and I'll always be grateful for what UNISA has done, because there are quite a lot of programs that I've done with this institution. The theme of empowering educators for a transformative future aligns beautifully with our drive as an organization, that of ensuring a skilled workforce to ensure economic reforms to redress in the country. In the year 2023-24 financial year, the ETDP CETA, the Limpopo Department of Education and UNISA signed a service level agreement, a tripartite agreement, to facilitate the training of 1,000 beneficiaries in instructional leadership. And we are grateful to be part of this partnership in ensuring that the people who are tasked with ensuring that there is quality education across the province and even beyond are having this opportunity and are making use of the opportunity through this program. We have noted with great interest the contributions that have been made by the district coordinators who came before us, and we will surely go and reflect, Prof. Mawela, on those, because in the pipeline we have 2 more cohorts that we must take through the same program, which means another 2,000 of our people will be funded to go through the instructional leadership program. Therefore, it becomes very important that we reflect on the lessons learned so that we can be able to implement this much, much better. To the educators, as you are celebrating World Teachers Day today, we just want to congratulate you and wish you well. It's a profession where I always say to people, you will never be paid enough. The greatest payment you will get, my first principal taught me, program director, and good day.
Thank you so much, Sita. As I didn't sing that song, Bora. I didn't say it. I gave Sita their time. So Sita, please continue with the program. I didn't bore the pairs. It's that time right now. Let's take a 15 minutes body break. And there are snakes that are being snacks. Hey! I didn't say that. We are back here exactly at 11:30. Let's enjoy. The time for collaboration will be there, so let's not waste time in terms of forming collaborations. There will be time for that. So let's enjoy the 15 minutes body break.
Can we get back? Can we proceed with the program?
5 people who received their promotions, and these people, they are moving from a teacher to principal, from departmental head to deputies, and we are having some moving from from a teacher to SES, DCES. The number is, can I see all the instructional leaders from all the districts? Please just stand, let us just give them a round of applause. There are many that I can. Here you are. Can you see? Can you see? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So they did indicate that they will join the teachers' celebration, and here they are. The executive dean is teachers' celebration should be done. Dr. Nkuzana, she has just left. In all districts, we should celebrate what? The teachers. So come 2026, Executive Dean, Prof. Tabane, World Teachers Day in every corner of the district, 10 of them led by Prof. Tabane. Let's clap hands for Prof. Tabane. Without wasting time, I just want to quickly go through. We want to recognize our coordinators from all the districts for the job well done. From January up to now, they have been doing a very wonderful job. I don't see the director. Where are you? Okay, Prof. Taban. The director, please, must come and join because the other director is not here. Please. He will be handing out the certificates to our coordinators, Prof. Taban.
I read. Okay. We will now be issuing the certificates for recognition of district coordinators. The first candidate is Dr. Mangena. Not here. Ms. Likalagala. Ms. Machaba. Mr. Maliehe. Ms. Machavi. Mr. Pakhoaho. I hope I pronounced it right. Pakhoaho. I tried my best. Apologies. Ms. Mshongo. Mr. Lukwa. Ms. Rajpote. Ms. Munama. Okay, let's take the picture. Let me go off stage so that.
Sure, I think so.
But I'm not going to say yes, yes. It's my tough my first training is. Yeah. So much to
Then we have another group, the teaching and learning representatives from the College of Education. And program director, you need to call. I need to request our executive dean, Professor Magwe, to ascend the stage, and also the school director again to come back, Prof. Tawani. These are the people that which have been working without a salary. Huh? They were never paid. Prof. Taban, they were paid for their salaries to do the work they were supposed to be doing. So this group is a group of people that which have been working in the College of Education representing their department. Isn't that Prof. Mawere is calling meetings, come and report. Come in and report. These are the people who are coming to report, and wonderful reports. Wonderful reports. So we need to recognize them today. They are the best teachers. Let's give a round of applause to all the teachers who are representing our department. I'm going to allow Professor Josini here to read their names as they come, and we will give them the certificates.
We will now be issuing the certificate awards for the College of Teaching and Learning representatives, starting with the Department of Adult Continuity and Community and Continuing Education, Dr. Gomba. From the Department of Curriculum and Instructional Studies, Dr. Lees. Department of Early Childhood Education and Development, Prof. Groch. Department of Educational Foundations, Dr. Sumayo. Department of Educational Leadership and Management, Prof. Kumalo. Department of Inclusive Education, Dr. Sadiki. Department of Language, Education, Arts and Culture, Dr. Berger. Department of Mathematics Education, Mrs. Department of Science and Technology Education, Dr. Munasi. Department of Psychology Education, Prof. Maseko.
There's a present that which I promised. Those who are not saying yes, I'm not going to give. Executive Dean, I decided to. I have sweets for these people. This sweet, my leaders, is I promised these people, is it last year? Last year, I said I agree with my wife You should clap hands for my wife. That we are going to give one of these people each individually 500 rand voucher. So let me allow my executive team to hand out to all of these people. Thank you.
There is one. Can we please invite Prof. Poshoko to the stage? We will now tickets for the chairs of college committees. The first committee is Academic Integrity Committee, Dr. Rankwete. Rankwete. Thank you.
Our VP, please, as this is his, the boss can't be sitting down when we are doing. Yes. Give the certificates to yes.
Digitalization Committee, Prof. Bickard. The Catalytic Niche Committee, Prof. Van Wyk. The B.Ed Honors Committee, Prof. Dube. The RPL Committee, Mrs. Moroke. The Assessment Committee, Dr. Berger. And the Library Committee, Dr. Mahan. Is Dr. Berger in the house? Anyone from her department? Please come and represent. We welcome you with a round of applause. We've got We will now be issuing certificates for the Teaching and Learning Awards to the following candidates. For the Excellence Award for Module Design, Dr. Lees. The Excellence Award for Student Support, Dr. Chite. The Award for Scholarship of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Mehdi. We're now moving on with the program. We're going to have a message from the South African Principal Association.
Program directors, Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me start with the leadership of UNISA.
She sat down on the keyboard, Mola, and some. The plugs are not responding. I'm like, second time on trip, even the first time.
Prof. Down. Nyai. Prof. Lavani. And also let me acknowledge the leadership of the province of basic education in both, led by Alema and Mr. Masif. Let me also acknowledge the leadership of each district. Sam, not saying here.
Maybe we can speak out. I say, I don't know if it's going to be able to so when I say that, respond. I'm not for. Wait. Yeah, you say he failed, but I just okay. Yeah, but not even be able to do anything.
Educators, principals of schools who are here, and Tate Tema from EETC, and indeed all protocol of them. Let me indicate that as Sapa in Limpopo, I'm stating here as one of the partnership with the university, with UNISA. And my name is Leme MJ. I'm the deputy president of Sapa in Limpopo. Because the president of Sapa in Limpopo, our own Dr. Masutu Ramlomo, is also the national president in the country. And as I speak, he is engaged at national events. Let me indicate that it is an honor and privilege to stand before you today. And as this topic, the theme, is very, very key because it talks about the foundation upon which the future of our nation will be built. And this theme, empowering educators, a transformative future, a theme that calls us to action, challenges us to reflect and unite us in a people. The world is changing rapidly and relentlessly. And as a result, technology becomes a key factor in terms of social transformation. Now, we want our teachers to ensure that they become facilitators in learning. And in this
region, the teaching practice management, the coordinators, the supervisors, mentor teachers, the dignitaries gathered here, and all protocol observed. Before I start with my speech, can I request other supervisors, external supervisors, to rise up so that you can see them? External supervisors. Thank you very much, Mr. Majiti and Mr. Kekana. We have others who we were with them on Wednesday. I feel very honored and privileged to be given this opportunity to express my views about student supervision, in particular external supervision, which means that we are working from home and then it's an online, we communicate with UNISA online, and then we supervise our students face to face, which means we move from school to school. This is the subject that is very close to my heart. When growing up, becoming a teacher was too far-fetched for me. I entered the teaching profession by default, and to my surprise, I ended up loving it wholeheartedly. I taught mathematics during the first few years in the field, and from there, I started teaching geography in grade 10 to 12. I never did geography at school. I did it with UNISA. What I'm telling you is that I'm the product of UNISA. I did all my qualifications with UNISA, including the doctoral degree. And coincidentally, my thesis topic deals with instructional leadership, something which is dominating the stage today. Thank you very much. I did all my studies on part-time basis, and I was the first teacher. Remember, I didn't do geography at school. I studied it with UNISA, but I became the first teacher to produce distinctions in geography in grade 12 in the Bidela area, way back in 2001. Now you know my age. In 2001, some of the teachers thought it was level 6 because it was not common for teachers, for students to obtain distinctions during those days. So I did that. I was working very hard. At the same time, studying with UNISA on part-time basis. And it happened, I did that and I became successful. I kept that trend until about out of the system some few years ago. To be a good teacher, you need to be passionate and intentional about building future generations. I love children, and I was even associated with the slogan, I have the love of children at heart. And my colleagues at the school where I was teaching, they know me they associate me with that. I have the love of children at heart. If you love children, it is easy to make them pass the subject you are teaching. This is my philosophy. You must start loving them first before you can teach them. If you don't love them, how can you make them pass? Yeah. That is why I was studying, teaching, and I managed to achieve both these two things. Program director, let me now talk about student supervision, where I'll be representing my colleagues in supervision. In 2021, when I was appointed to become one of the supervisors of teaching practice, I was over the moon. It was as if I had won a lottery. I knew at that time that I was prepared to work hard. I knew at that time that I was supposed to provide both an emotional and professional support to student teachers. I was prepared to learn more about student supervision from the trainings and workshops offered by the teaching practice management. At that time, we were still using the old system where you use our handwriting to complete the evaluation forms in the classroom. And my handwriting was very bad. I didn't like it. In the year 2022, when we started using the laptops for assessing students in classes, I jumped at that. I'm a fast typist, and that was exactly what I've been waiting for. I always keep in touch with my students as soon as I get the list from the teaching practice coordinators. The small talks, the documents from the teaching practice office that we send to them, they make them feel at ease. If you talk to them more often, they will become at ease, and when you visit them in schools, it becomes much easier. A few days before I undertake a trip to schools, I usually request students to send their details that are needed on the evaluation form. They also have to submit lesson plans, which we shall have provided them with a plan, a template provided by UNISA. That will give me time to open the files for each of the students so that I don't have to start from scratch when I arrive at the school. That is also a way of ensuring that me and the students are ready for supervision. Remember, in this type of job, we move from school to school. So this is what we are doing. Students are placed in school to learn and receive mentorship and gain professional development. The school management, the mentor teacher, the staff, and the supervisors contribute towards the teacher's professional growth. All of us work in partnership. This is what people have been talking about, that partnership. Student supervision includes observing student teachers, planned lessons, and assess their performance by completing the assessment forms. We complete the assessment forms. When they are busy teaching, we'll be assessing them, at the same time completing the assessment forms according to the criteria that we shall have been given, ensuring that they meet the specific educational standards and objectives. The usage of the evaluation tool that is more concerned with criteria such as the climate of the classroom management, student confidence level, the voice projection, the classroom climate, the use of resources is what we'll be looking for. We'll be looking at when we assess the students. And looking into the voice of the teacher. The teacher must have a good voice, must have a powerful, persuasive voice. Some other people talk about a calm, encouraging word. We want those things. We want those things, so that the learners can understand what we're talking about. And more importantly, we encourage the students to involve the learners in the lesson. If learners are not participating in the lesson, we are not going to get good marks, because our lesson should be learner-centered. Somebody was talking about this in the morning. I've heard about that. We also look as to whether the learners are energetic. They are motivated to learn. They are enthusiastic. We look into those things. When you teach learners who are bored, it's where you are going to lose marks. And my letting me down. I will not even need to change things. I'm using the third page, which is the last page, which means that I'm about to come to the conclusion. And at the end of the presentation, we provide students with constructive feedback verbally. We tell them what we have observed, and they have to fill a certain portion where they will also reflect on the lesson. This is where we have to highlight their strengths, their weaknesses, while at the same time maintaining a positive tone, avoiding prejudice. We must show that we must encourage them, even if they have committed some mistakes. At the same time, our language should be positive and encouraging. The aim is to empower the students, not to withhold them. Criticism should foster positive change and improvement in the subsequent lesson. A comprehensive report with comments on the evaluation form will be sent to the student teacher afterwards. On the same day, when we arrive at home, we have to send a report. We have to finalize, process everything there, and send the report to the student, because this is something which they must go through. They must look at the comments, and they must also send those reports to UNISA. The interesting part is that students are at liberty to choose schools next to their respective homes or wherever they want. We are the ones who will go to them. We only evaluate the students using the face-to-face assessment. This is what I've talked about in the media. This means driving from one school to another, interacting with school principals, mentor teachers, other staff members, and more importantly, our student teachers. This entails driving to most areas in Limpopo which have been allocated to us. For example, we go to Bochum, Matala, Mbelechi, Mangwen, all the areas around us. The radius, the maximum radius is 140 kilometers. Now I know many schools. Even when the list of the results come, I will be knowing most of the schools. And I know places around me. To me, this is an experience second to none. In conclusion, teaching practice has offered me and other supervisors an opportunity of interacting with student teachers and being with them in their journey of becoming qualified teachers. And that makes us worthwhile, privileged, and honored. I'll always cherish the day UNISA appointed me as an external supervisor. I just wish I could be engaged in this journey until the time when my legs could not carry me. Thank you all.
May we please give Dr. Masikwameng a big round of applause once more. Standing out to me is having a teachable spirit. When you are working in a space and mispronouncing names, as a teacher, it is your duty to practice and practice and practice some more, then come back and say it the right way. So we thank you, Doc. She has such a great passion for teaching and children, and it reminds me of the essence that is missing in today's education system. We had teachers when I was still in primary school who embodied that type of passion. And I don't know what it's going to take for us to instill it into the TikTok teachers, because this kind of passion cannot be manufactured. It cannot be taught. It's something that you inherently have when you care about children. And it's important that we keep this type of institutional knowledge. As the good doctor is saying, until her legs give out, she wants to stay in the industry. So we have to find a way of keeping her engaged in teaching practice long after she has decided to stop teaching and stop supervising. But for as long as we can keep you, we are honored to have you in our system, and we honor your passion. We're now going to move on to the next item, which is recognition of the 2024 Engage Scholarship Cape Town Conference attendees. Engage Scholarship speaks to the heart of what we do here at UNISA. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. This African philosophy is very important. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Mutu ki mutu kabatu. Mutu is very important. When we are participating in Engage Scholarship projects, we put our heart, our time, our talents, and our expertise into practice. We go into the heart of our schools. We speak to the teachers, the principals, the leaders, the district officials across the landscape of education, because we want to know at grassroots level, is what we are researching important? Is it relevant? And how do we make it better for the pre-service teachers that we are working with? So now I invite Professor Mawela and Prof. Ndo to the stage. Can we please give them a round of applause as big man?
We are having about 36 engaged scholarship projects that which were active in 2025. It's a big number. And sitting here, I am very much glad to see colleagues who have been all over the Limpopo province. Some are from Guyana, mathematics, some are from Kogai. Alaya kanti. Makado. Njerere. You say Prof. Tabane. Prof. Tabane knows how to pronounce Njerere. Thank you very much for all the departments who have been out in the community and you engage with the community. We are very much glad because the results of what we are hearing changing the way in which teachers, SMTs, the parents, the stakeholders, is such a wonder. We are trusting and believing that through this engaged scholarship engagement, this province, I agreed with the chief director sitting here that it is in the past where this province was somewhere not in number one. And I think our district director, Professor Malachi, Professor Malachi, this province, in all districts, the target is not less than 90% in all districts. Therefore, it simply means 2025, we must come back and celebrate in 2026. When we are nice, at least top 3. Oh, I thought we would clap hands for the Limpopo province now. I saw somebody writing down, he says top 3. Yeah, write it down. We are coming back to celebrate. This is the impact through the engaged scholarship projects that which we are having. And I want to say thank you very much to all the engaged scholarship project leaders and the members who are in the community. Indeed, we are changing the nations. We want to celebrate the 2024 engaged scholarship project participants in the conference that which was hosted by our college in Cape Town. Can I see the hands, those who have been in the conference in 2024? Okay, all right. Some, they're not raising their hands. I wonder why you remained. Professor Ndo was the leader of that, and I want him to say some words as we are also planning for something for 2026. Prof. Ndo.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mawere and program directors. Mine is simple. When our guest speaker was presenting, he touched on something that bubbled in my heart in a special way. In 2012, long time ago, I won the National Teaching Awards as the best principal, primary school principal in South Africa. So, because of that, it made me to aim at excelling in all areas. I work for excellence. And I just want to say to those colleagues that we were together in Cape Town, that conference that we had together, that during the evaluation session, when we were saying, can you come up with the successes and the failures, then you started with the successes. When we said, what about the failures? You said, none. Meaning that it was excellent. We really appreciate your support. As we were leading, organizing, you were there for us. You were responding to our emails. You were responding to all our calls up to the last moment. So this year, we were supposed to go to Toronto. So we are still having that in mind, but we are saying this year we want to organize the conference for 2026, organizing it this year, well in advance, so that you can be able to access all the research funds, engage scholarship funds, whatever funds is available, so that we can be able to do whatever we want to do for the success of the university. But there is a principle that I want to say it aloud: value for money. Value for money. If you have attended a conference, it must be followed by an article. That one is a must. So we are saying we are busy organizing. I don't want to disclose where we are going, but come 2026, we will be somewhere doing the same thing, but no longer in my leadership. I believe in mentorship. I've led the committee for 3 years, organizing, writing retreats and conferences. Now I'm mentoring young academics so that I can be able to assist them when I'm still around, because I'm approaching SASA now. So thank you very much, Prof. Mawera, for believing in me and supporting me, together with the team members, for organizing the 2024 conference in Cape Town. And we hope and believe that the new committee that is organizing for 2025-26 conference, they will do it, because we will be backing them up so that they can be successful as well. Thank you very much.
Right. We believe the 2024 participants, there were so many. So we are not going to call and read the names here because of time. Can those colleagues quickly just come here so that we can just take a picture? They will find their certificates readily available that side. Please, if you have attended 2024 conference, please, we need you to just come quickly. We just have to take a group picture. Let's clap hands for the 2024 Engage Scholarship Conference attendees. Here they are. We can see some sitting down. It means they were not part of 2024. But they are saying 2026. How? I'm joining. I'm joining. Are we going? Some. Aha! Quickly. There you go. There you go. Those who are very tall can stand there. Tall, taller, tallest. Yes. Are. Are. Apa ka se bonala go tla ba right o into ene buele morao sorry about that. Okay, you will tell us when we are looking beautiful. Can you please come? I said those who are tallest can go down. You know you are. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, can we all say engage scholarship? Say UNISA, College of Education. Program Director, thank you. Oh, we have Professor from CAMS who decided to join CEDU. Prof, thank you very much. He was in our Engage Scholarship projects. Thank you very much.
May we please give Prof. Mawela and Professor Ndo a huge round of applause. Now going to recognize the ES project with the most published articles. We invite Prof. Monyai and Prof. Magwe to the stage. If we could please encourage them with a round of applause. The first project is CN4100, Prof. Gumbo, a strategic intervention in mathematics, science, and technology education. The next one is Prof. Miran, Africanizing mathematics teaching using ethno-mathematical games in intermediate phase. The next project is CN7300, Dr. Meti, Fostering Health and Well-Being in an Adverse Living Environment. CN6100, Prof. Dian, Institutions of Higher Learning's Interventions to Enhance Curriculum Implementation in Schools by Adults and Educators. The next project, CN4900, Dr. Ntuli, Senior Phase Natural Science Teachers' Experiences with ADHD and Inquiry-Based Classroom Practices. CN6700, Dr. Ledwaba, Strengthening the Implementation of Augmentative and Alternative Communication in Special Institutions. And lastly, CN0900, Dr. Mafikeng, Supporting Progress Learners at Risk Learners and Teachers in Schools in the Limpopo and Northwest Provinces, a participatory action research project. Prof. Nguni. Yes. Dr. Mafikeng Nguni, you should be on stage. May we please invite Prof. Chivase to the stage for the recognition of the Best Performing Department October-November 2024 exams.
The best performing department, this is one of our largest departments, and it's still the best performing. It has 135,302 students, and the departmental pass rate it's 93.06%. This is I'm here. The department is curriculum and instructional.
Now we have recognition of the module with the highest enrollment and pass rate. We invite Prof. Dabane to the stage. Are you ready? We have the Department of Adult Community and Continuing Education 2024 Best Performing Module HED 4803. The module pass rate 100% with 18 students. Please give her a round of applause as she comes. Next, we have the Department of Curriculum and Instructional Studies 2024 Best Performing Module AED 3701. With a pass rate of 94.64% with 12,937 students. From the Department of Early Childhood Education and Development, 2024 Best Performing Module, EML 1501, module pass rate 82.97% with 8,117 students. From the Department of Educational Foundations, 2024 Best Performing Module, SED 2601, with a module pass rate of 98.78%, hosting 13,583 students. From the Department of Educational Leadership and Management, 2024 Best Performing Module TAM 2601 with a pass rate of 95.66%, hosting 19,442 students. From the Department of Inclusive Education, 2024 Best Performing Module, INC 3701, with a module pass rate of 89.72%, with 12,314 students. From the Department of Language, Education, Arts and Culture, the 2024 Best Performing Module, TMN 3702, with a module pass rate of 94.69%, hosting 5,101 students. From the Department of Mathematics Education, the 2024 Best Performing Module, OPM 1501, with a pass rate of 95.79%, hosting 8,777 students. From the Department of Science and Technology Education, the 2024 Best Performing Module, CIC 2601, with a module pass rate of 89.89%, with 10,433 students. From the Department of Psychology of Education, the 2024 Best Performing Module, PED 3701, with a module pass rate of 98.8%, hosting 8,686 students. Thank you. This was our last module. Thank you so much. Can we please give Prof. Dabane, Prof. Chivasi, and Prof. Magwe? We will now invite to the stage Dr. Malaji, who is going to recognize the Department of Education Limpopo Best Performing District for 2024. With Professor Mawem. Please can you come to the stage?
Sorry.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also write what the protocol that has already been established. Yeah, this is one of those moments that we have been caught by surprise. That in terms of the progress that I need to recognize the best performing district in education in Limpopo. Let me indicate that although I could not see the district director from Mogalakwena here, but now I am Mwaku Masekela, the acting district director for Waterberg district, not Dr. Malaji or Prof. Malaji as it has been established here. Dr. Malaji sings to Kukuni East district, yes. But just in a nutshell, I did not prepare a speech like anybody else. It's just that impromptu that I just need to talk about the performance in the province in terms of the metric results. We are a province on the rise. We are working very hard around the clock. That the target for this year, it has to be above 90%. And we will be amongst the top 3 provinces nationally. That is the directive from the MEC. And we won't falter and we won't look back in terms of that. So the support from UNISA, we really appreciate this international leadership program that we have given to our educators, our officials in the offices. It really made some changes. There is indeed a change that we can see. Currently, our reigning district, which has been consistent throughout this year, including last year, it is Mogalakwena district. If there is anyone from Mogalakwena district to come here on behalf of Mr. Mangala, district director, come and do the honors. Please, 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 please come together. Last year, it was on 87.8% as the top district in the province. And throughout this year, it has maintained a trajectory of above 90%. At in term 3, they are on 93.5%. Thank you very much. You take it from. No. Let us put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, from Polokwane district to the Limpopo province. Okay. All right. Hala Limpopo, hala. Hala Unisa, hala. Let's give everyone a round of applause. We are moving right along towards the end of our program. But before we close, we're going to call all our guests, all our visitors that were here, to also come and get a token of appreciation. The 10 coordinators, please come back to the stage. The coordinators, are they still here? The district coordinators. Instructional leadership district coordinators, please join us on the stage. Dr. Masikwameng, you must also come back. You must also come back. Yes. The SETA, they are gone. The deputy district director must also come back. Okay. Who else? The SAPA president or deputy president, Mr. Selime. Yeah. Yeah, all of you.
Dr. Masambi, please come.
Unisa.
We have come to the end of our program of the day. We would now like to invite Prof. PK Mudau to the stage to do the closing remarks. Thereafter, we request that you kindly wait for direction on the group photo. You can come, Prof. We're going to take a group photo after she does the closing remarks, so please can nobody leave until we've taken the picture. We'll give instructions thereafter she has done the closing remarks. Please can we welcome her with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, Dimasiari Tobela. In the interest of time, colleagues, allow me to also rise on observing the protocol. So all protocol observed, but also allow me to recognize our VP, Dr. Shivase, and also our Executive Dean, Prof. Magwe, and our EXCO, that is the CEDU EXCO, and also the broader management of CEDU. Not forgetting our guests, our special guests from the district office and everyone present. As we bring this year's World Teachers Day to a close, I stand before you and I believe all of you are inspired one way or the other. So today it reminds us that we really play a good role as teachers. We are shaping minds, we are resourcing the future, and most importantly, we're making sure that our learners are ready for their future. So we have really reflected through Prof. Mawela's team as they were here for the past week or so, and a few weeks or so, and also as College of Education, as we came, Prof. Magwe earlier said to us, we really painted Limpopo with green. So we really reflected and also realized that we empowered our stakeholders from different levels. And I also want to say to Prof. Mawela, Prof, mishumo yabo re bona re aitanganetse. And you really we really reflected on transformation and leadership in education, as it has been mentioned from early in the morning that our leaders have been empowered, and definitely there will be a transformation moving forward. Allow me to also quote our keynote speaker, that is Acting Chief Director Pedro Massetla. Sorry for that, Massetla. You reminded us that transformation starts with us educators. And I can promise you, you were correct. We do not plant rice, but we're really building the nation. And as you said, we will continue doing that as change agents. So, we really appreciate Ralebo. And Mr. Tema, we really appreciate all the support, but most importantly, the financial support. We cannot leave that one out. And to the president of SAPA, we really appreciate the collaboration, that you are here, that you are really here to celebrate the teachers and also to make sure that they are supported in many ways, that you are really doing it very well. And colleagues, I want to also appreciate our external supervisors. I'm not going to mention their names, but really, we really appreciate the work that you do in different corners to make sure that this is exactly what we are doing. We are making sure that we leave a mark in our societies. And congratulations to all who were recognized today, who received certificates, awards, and I want to say we are all beaming with pride. We're really excited. I was not sure I will be able to stand here and talk the way I am so excited. I'm really shaking that the College of Education is really recognizing our colleagues, departments, and also the Department of Education out there. This is really something that we really need to clap hands for. With all the recognition that we received today, it really shows that our commitment or your commitment demonstrates that excellence in education is not achieved alone. It is through collaboration, dedication, and a shared vision for a better future for our learners. Let us leave here being renewed, inspired, encouraged to do more as we continue to be the change agents in the field of education. I want to also continue by saying many heartfelt thanks to our executive dean, Prof. Magwe, to the organizing team, our school directors, and also Prof. Mawela and his organizing team for making this event so excellent. We really feel special as all of us here, and I'm talking on behalf of those who are not here even today. I can tell next year the whole CEDU will be celebrating World Teachers Day. Thank you to all our partners and all the guests that came in to celebrate with us today. May we continue to teach and inspire our community. And thank you so much for traveling here. And I want to wish you all to travel safely back home, back to your offices, and enjoy the rest of the day. But I cannot say it all by not quoting Mawela 2025 when he says it's a shalom. Thank you.
You can come this side so that you don't fall. Thank you so much for your closing remarks. And you must also give yourselves a round of applause. It's been a good audience. I remember I was not a program director, I must state that clear. It was an invitation, and after the first, when I said there are snakes, I thought it was just a slip of a tongue. And the way people were asking me where the snakes are. So please, I hope that the last item, maybe they will serve the snakes, but it was snacks. What I'm trying to say is you've been a good audience. In other places, when we say snacks, more especially that item, when you come back, the hall is empty. Because that item, once it's been rendered, everyone goes away. So please give yourselves another round of applause. Thank you so much, Prof.
We also want to. You're speechless. We're not a speechless teacher. Not a good combo. We also want to thank our school leadership for the opportunity to program direct. We thank you for giving us an opportunity to showcase our skills and to learn new skills as well. As we are working in academia, there's a lot of different things that happen, but we're grateful that every day when we come to work, we have a healthy work environment. You really create an atmosphere for us to thrive.
While we're still doing the thanks, I'm not sure if the background staff were thanked. And you probably have seen me going up and down. And they're constantly WhatsApping me, do this, the marketing team. Please give them a round of applause because to coordinate whatever that you see here, they've done a good work. The assistants there, Dr. Mate, Professor Mate, Professor Rendani, thank you so much, because those who are here could not even see what we are running around and doing here and making sure that everything is well. So we have come to the end of our program. However, it seems like we have beat the caterer, but we had promised them that 10 past. I think my partner, we deserve a round of applause. We 10 past we're done. And they're just asking for extra 15 minutes. The lunch is ready. They're just bringing it up. So this will be the time where now you can network. We take pictures. With the banner here, we have CEDU. And those who want to come for masters and PhD, they are all the supervisors here. You can talk to them and make sure that when you apply, you've got a supervisor. So with that being said, I'm not going to quote Prof. Mawela, but I'll just say shalom, shalom.